everyone. We're here for some Pickpongathon Thursday sprints. What are you up to? What are you reading? Are you reading? Are you doing productivity? Let us know in the comments. I have Margaret.
Hello.
Yay. Margaret, what are you up to?
I am up to reading and productivity. Actually, I'm finishing my morning routine is what I'm doing. My morning got derailed a little bit, so we're just putting things right back on track.
Nice. I love that. This is a get on track sprint. We love it. We support it. I need to read desperately because I need to start my Patreon book club book and the vlog that goes with it for the patrons of Heaven Breaker.
Ooh, nice.
Sarah Wolf. It's Red Tower, so I'm nervous, but some people have already read it in the book club and have liked it. So I'm getting less nervous with each positive review in the book club.
You will have to let me know because as far as I'm aware, that one's not by a Zionist, so I might actually read it.
There you go. I love this. I've heard
also
good reviews. So far.
Looking at that cover, am I the only one getting seeing a similarity to how they designed the Fourth Wing cover and thinking they might be trying to
100%
capitalize off of that?
100%.
But it's the same font.
It's a beautiful book.
Again, I might have to go get that just to have it.
It's just gorgeous. Which is how it came into my possession because I can't just not buy the pretty books.
I have 5 Broken Blades for that very reason.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm going to like it. But I was like, well, if I don't like it, I can sell it and people will pay more for it.
Exactly. So I need to start this. I won't get to finish it today. Obviously, it's very chunky. Well, not very chunky, but it's like a 15-hour audiobook. So that's not going to happen all in these sprints. But my goal is to get a good portion of that in. Plus, I have to vlog. I'm doing a spoiler vlog. So I'll have to stop often to update. So we'll see how far we get. But that's my main goal for today is that.
Nice.
Let me jump into the chat and see who is here. Hello, Kelly. How are you? You are reading The Teacher by Frida McFadden, 10% in. Hello, Adventures in Fantasy. Much to do. I'm hoping to get some reading, more of Spell Shop, but we'll see. This is my Patreon book club book next month, so I will be reading this after I need to do this one first. Do you want to see it? I just have it here.
Okay, I was going to say, I think I know which book this is. No, it's not the book.
Let me reach.
Yes, it is the book. I think it is. So
one with
pretty.
the lavender sprayed edges.
Yes, that's so pretty.
So that one's going down, not next, but next month. Hi, Dorothy. Welcome. We love seeing new faces in the chat. What are you up to? Hi, Julie. And Bowen is here. Glenda and Dawn. Dawn is reading Boss Seduction by Grace Parks. Hi, Taylor, eating beef enchilada soup. Great. Sounds delicious. And reading Belladonna. Hi, Stacy. Probably editing in the first sprint, but alternating between Outlander 9 and Deeper Than the Dead. I need to also edit, but it will not be a today task. It'll probably be a tomorrow task. I have a book haul that needs to get edited. Hello, and Tennille's also here on lunch break, working this afternoon, reading Drowning, having a chaotic week, so I need something with fast-paced action. You got this. Hi, Ro. Trying to read Forged by Magic today, loving it, but having trouble focusing today, so sprints are needed. I'm glad that we're here for you. I am going to be here for the next 7 hours. And then we'll teleport to Nicole and Neva's sprints for this evening. So you have lots of sprints this afternoon between the 3 of us to help you get it done. Hi, Linz. How are you? Ooh, book lovers. Nice. Gonna continue that. I know. Both books are so pretty. They're just so gorgeous. I've been buying a lot of sprayed edges pretty books lately and probably should stop, but probably I'm not going to, so it's fine. Probably should, but
understandable.
Getting ready for work. Nice. I hope you have a good day. Hi, Alicia. Doing some journaling, video editing, and reading All Together Dead this morning, waiting for pest control to arrive. Don't you just hate when you have like a time for someone to come and they give you like the longest stretch of time ever? Because I do realize they really don't know when they're coming because it depends on like jobs. But it's hard to just be like twiddling your thumbs for untold hours at a time. Like, it's really quite difficult. So you also have the editing to do. Yeah. It's going to be a tomorrow problem. I filmed the video today, and I know a lot of people who like to film and edit in the same day. I'm not that person.
I try not to do that too. Thank you.
Nope, I don't do that. And I understand the reasons why people do it, because they can remember like where they stumbled. So it's a faster edit. Like I understand that. It's not how I like to work. It's just, it's too much of that one video in one calendar day where I'm like, no, no, I can't do it. So I filmed it today because the video I was originally going to put up Monday had to be moved because it has information that spoils somebody else's vlog, and that vlog got moved. So it was like, okay, well that moved, so now I have to move.
I love having to figure that out.
Yeah, it was like a domino effect of like, this vlog moved, so now my video has to move, which is totally fine. It's edited.
It happens.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So since that one moved, I went, I no longer have a video for Monday. And for me to not have my video for Monday done on Thursday is late. Like I film pretty far ahead.
God, you're so on top of your shit. I can't believe it.
I do it because my anxiety will not allow me to do it any other way. So I was like, I need to film a video. What can I film very quickly? That very large stack of books over there that need to be hauled. That's what I did.
Look at that. There we go.
It was great. I was like, I do need to put those away. Can't do it till I film it. So that's what's going to go down.
Yeah.
Hate those times like 12 to 3 and 8 to 12. And I have to wait, and I can't do all the other things that I need to do that day. Exactly. I guess it's nice because you can like read for like untold hours, but like still, it's just, blah.
I mean, the 8 to 12 one is usually pretty okay because like that's the first stop of their day.
That's true. Normally you're going to be like the first one, so you're probably going to get like an 8.
We just got a new dryer, and the guy was going to come to drop it off, and it was like from 8 to like 1 or something like that he would be available. He was there right at 8 a.m.
Which we love.
Like, bro was like, I am getting a head start on this route.
We love that.
Like, by the time I woke up, the dryer was already here and set up, and I was like, wow.
That is great when they come right away. I mean, it's not always the case, but it is lovely. Today is our last scavenger hunt clue arrival, so I'm excited for the kiddos. Nice. Just posted a video and working, hoping to be productive now so I can get my book. That's part of the vlog. Isn't this the constant of like, the thing with vlogs is you have to read the books to get them done. And,
my channel would entirely be vlogs if it weren't for the fact that I have to read books to make vlogs.
Isn't it? Because I prefer to make vlogs. Mm-hmm. They're the videos I like to make the most, but like, honestly, can only read so many books. And lately I've been slumping big time.
It's not even that they're the videos I like to make the most. I don't hate sit down videos if I have a good idea for them, but like, all of my ideas are vlogs, and they're always vlogs that are going to take months.
Mm-hmm. Months. Yep. I totally understand. Because if I do a sit-down video, I want it to bring something, which that's not always easy to come up with an idea for that. That's not always simple. So I understand that. Hi, Caitlin. How are you? Currently working, but it's a slow day. So trying to decide if I want to restart a reading journal. Yes. I'm glad that you're having like a slow day and you can kind of like do some other things. That's lovely.
Nice.
Hello, Alex. Started Half a Soul today. As my library says, I have to give it back.
Rude of your library.
I mean, aren't we always trying to beat our library loans? Isn't that just our constant state at this point?
I actually, except for the ones that are on this month's TBR, I've given most of mine back at this point.
Nice.
My library shelf is empty. I don't know what to do with myself.
A trip to the library is needed.
It is, because I'm still waiting on them to get me one of the books I was supposed to read this month.
Yep. That's what's needed. Luckily, I lost my Libby loan of Heavenbreaker because I was in a slump and wasn't getting through it, but it was on Hoopla, so that worked out well.
That's nice.
So that's how I'm going to listen to it, because we all know I don't read with my eyeballs. Not if I don't have to.
Yeah.
I have read, I would say 3 books this year with my eyeballs, and manga, because that's different.
Yeah, manga you can't do audio.
Right.
It doesn't work.
I don't count those as like read, non-audio books, because obviously they're not audio books.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have to read a book to post the vlog.
And I just don't read that fast.
I have had months. You can tell that I'm in a slump, because I usually read about 20 books a month. Like, that's my typical normal. Last month was 10, but I was on vacation for a week. This month, I'm on 4.
I finished 1.
4.
And yeah, I finished 1.
Yeah, we're slumpy. The slump has hit us, but I think I'm coming out of it. I think like, this week I've read a lot. I haven't finished any books, but I've been reading Wheel of Time, so like that's why. But like I've read a lot.
That's a book that takes a while.
Yeah, I mean it's huge. It's like 1,000 pages. It's huge. Did finish Nessie last night, so that's nice. Did you like it? Yes. Did you like this book? Let me know. I'm nervous to read this because I DNF'd another book by this author.
Isn't that the same author that did Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell?
That's the one I DNF'd. That one is so big, and I made it a whole 36 pages in and went, no.
This is not the vibe.
This is not what I wanted. But this, I feel like, might be more my speed.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like, should I give the author another chance with this one? Because I think this is more my style.
Norrell sounds more like one that, like, you kind of, like, her books sound like books you have to be in the right place to read.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
I agree.
Like, it's like they seem so hyper.
Those up.
Yeah, they seem so hyper specific that it's like, I feel like this needs to be the right place and time. So.
All your long waits came in. That's always how it works. Why does it do this to us?
Yep. This is why I don't ask my library for books anymore unless I plan on reading them for a project in the near future, because I know that what is going to happen, because my library both loves and hates me, is I'm going to request 20 books thinking, okay, these will all come, like some of these have due dates, are still out. These will all come in at different times. No, they will all come in over the same 3 days. And it's like over the same week. And every time it'll be like, I'll be like, I'm waiting for more to come in. And then I'll be like, okay, today's the day I can go to the library. And the minute I go to the library and pick up books, the more of them come in. And it's like,
it's true.
It's my fault at this point. This is on me.
I'm doing it. It's me. I'm the problem. It's strange. And both of you have used the word strange, but memorable for this one. Would it be considered weird? Because we all know I don't do weird.
Oh, great.
But I do cultish. So like there's a nice mix of words in there that I do like.
We will convince you to embrace the weirdness someday.
Maybe. Is there horror in my new book haul? Yes.
Oh, what horror do we have? You say that without spoiling things. Never mind.
There's 2 and they're way over there, but I'll take a picture and put it in the group chat.
Beautiful.
Because they're way over there and I can't reach them without getting up, and I'm not about to get up.
Yeah. I mean, I think it depends on the different, like, there are so many different types of horror, like, as with most genres, that I feel like horror is one of those, like, fantasy where there's a subgenre for everyone. Because it doesn't all have to be like the bloody, gory, like, My Heart is a Chainsaw horror.
Exactly.
Like, there's existential horror, psychological, like, there's so much.
I have found that, like, I am okay with books that are like horrific versus like paranormal horror. Does that make sense? Like, I just don't really, I want explanations, and paranormal horror just does never give those.
I love how you're like, can't do paranormal horror. We're both vampires.
Well, I mean, I can do vampires in certain. I like gothic horror though, which tends to be vampires.
Well, like that's why Junji Ito doesn't work for me. I read Uzumaki, and like it was going really well, and I was like, okay, he's gonna have like bring it all in at the end, and then there just was no reason for what was happening and what was going on, or at least none that I could understand. And I was like, the art's amazing. It's well written for the most part, 2 stars. Because I was just like, I don't think this is the author for me, and like I need some bit of a reasoning, or like it doesn't have to be a strong one.
No,
but I need to at least be able to put the pieces together by the end for what happened.
Yes, thank you. Speak louder for the people in the back. Like that's my problem. Is my fantasy mind wants to have an explanation for why something is happening, and in a lot of horror that doesn't exist.
And
so that's where it loses me a tiny bit.
Think that's why Stephen Graham Jones works so well for me, because it always ties back to Indigenous history,
right?
And those kinds of things. So like,
and there is a book in this stack that has
that's the short stories, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
I will say,
for me,
the one thing I've heard about Stephen Graham Jones's short stories, because I had a friend that read a book of his short stories at one point, they tend to pack a lot of the horror and trauma and just the stuff that he tackles into they tend to be really overwhelming for people, from what I understand.
It's a lot in a very short period
of time. It's a lot in like and a lot of trauma in a very short time, because he always explores trauma. So like if there's anything that, like if that's your feeling, but there are other things about it that intrigue you, that's when I would consider potentially checking out some of his other stuff.
Yeah. I definitely will be, probably once I read that one. I'm going to do that one first. It sounds like from most people think Piranesi is not for me. So I will take that into advisement, because since I've already DNF'd a book by the author, I will agree with the group who has read it and is like, no, don't do it, Brittany. But with that, are we ready to sprint?
Sure.
Okay. So we're going to do hour-long sprints today, and I will see you all in an hour. Hello, we're back. I got to 11% of Heaven Breaker during that sprint. So
Nice.
yeah, it reads quite quickly. Before we get into how we all did in that sprint, though, I am going to just say hello to all the people who joined us because we had quite a few. We have Alex and Christina. Jean is working but has us on the TV. Thank you, Jean.
Hello.
Penelope is caught up in some stuff but dropping in and saying hello. Amy is at school doing the teacher things. But hello, Amy. And Neva will be here shortly.
Yay.
Olivia. And hello, joined mid-sprint and used it to write.
Nice.
We love it. Margaret, how'd you do?
I got the rest of my morning routine done. Had breakfast.
Nice.
Which is part of the routine, I know. Anyways, and then I worked on a video for a bit.
Nice. We love it.
Yes, I got the first B-roll section of this video done. We'll see if the second B-roll section survives.
I know that you were cutting B-roll on Tuesday too.
I was like, yeah, we're not doing this shit. Some of the like I recorded some of the panels, and unfortunately they just didn't come out as good as I wanted it to. So those may be what actually hit the cutting room floor.
Yep.
So, anyways.
I understand. Sometimes the B-roll, you're like, even while you're filming it, you're like, I think this looks good. And then you put it in and it's like, no, never mind.
No. Yeah, exactly.
That's not how I wanted it to look, but this is what I have. Made it to 27%, showered and managed some chaos. Fighting with Goodreads right now. It will let me do most things except look at books. I mean, isn't that the entire point of Goodreads? I would say it's not you. I'd say Goodreads is down because it goes down often, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yesterday when this started, it also wanted me to translate it all to Dutch. Goodreads. What is wrong with you? Hello, Catherine. How are you? What are you up to? Got to 50% of book lovers. I hope you are enjoying this. Did some journaling and got my new planner for 2025 in the mail today. That is exciting. About to get some lunch. Finished my book and moved on to We're Here 2021, which are queer specific fiction, short stories. That's not what it is. Yes. There we go. What book did you finish? I know that you told me when you came in, but I've now forgotten. So can you remind me? and did you like it? Made it to page 64. Got my spider drawing glued into my book and got some exercises done. Might do more if my arms start feeling like noodles. Oh no. Got to 22%. Ooh, you're reading The Maiden. I've only heard fantastic things from the people who read this for the Women's Prize to Fiction. So I hope you like it. Watched Aoife's latest video and then had some dinner. Very nice. Is this Aoife's video from today? Because I haven't watched it yet. But I know Aoife usually puts a video on Thursdays. So I need to go watch that. Don't know Goodreads is working for me. I'm on a desktop. Interesting. Is it just Christina's that isn't working? I'm going to look now because now I'm curious if my Goodreads is working. And why would it just not work for Christina? Which is
it might be internet connection, things like that.
Could be. Yeah, mine's working on the app. So who knows?
Yeah, mine's working on a computer. I think Goodreads just said fuck you in particular.
It was like, not you today, Christina. What rude Goodreads. Rude.
Storygraph would never do that to you. I have no idea,
True.
Actually. I'm sure Storygraph goes down occasionally as well.
It does. It does. I do prefer Storygraph, but like I have to have Goodreads, so it is what it is.
Yeah, the thing with Goodreads is if you want to review books, you have to have Goodreads because that's where they expect you to post the reviews. The NetGalley and stuff hasn't cottoned on to like Storygraph existing. So.
I don't know if they will because where Goodreads is owned by Amazon.
Yeah, Goodreads is owned by Amazon.
So I feel like it's such a large corporation that like it's hard to
Which
get
is,
all of the other because large corporations like to band together.
Yes. That and they probably don't think that it matters because Storygraph is just such a smaller user base, but like
so much better.
the thing that is so funny to me about them is like review it on Amazon, but then Amazon will delete your review if you didn't actually buy the book.
They do not want you reviewing books unless you bought them.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I cannot review this on Amazon because they will take the review down.
Yeah, it's pointless. It's a waste of time.
So, like, if you want to post it from NetGalley for me, go ahead.
Absolutely loving it. Yay. We're all like, it's probably Goodreads. We all know at this point. Love book lovers. Just read it this month. It was my first Emily Henry and won't be my last. Nice. I did not enjoy The Maiden, but I'm probably the outlier. No, you know what? Not every book is for every person. Because speaking of book lovers, I did not love Book Lovers, but I know so many people do love this book. I am going to give Emily Henry one more shot with Funny Story because I've heard such fabulous things from everyone. And also a bunch of readers who read different things. Like, it's not just I'm only hearing good things from Emily Henry readers. You know what I mean? Like, I'm hearing it from all the different readers that I know, which is making me think, okay, I'll at least give it one more try. When? Do not know. Who knows? It was today's Aoife's video. Yes, I need to go watch that. On page 34 of The Haunted Ever After, looking promising so far. That's what it was. Thank you. I knew you had mentioned it, and I knew as soon as you retold me, it would like click in, but
yeah,
my brain was
information
like
download.
Yeah. I was like, I definitely need a reminder because it's not immediately coming to me. No books for you.
No books at all.
No books for you. Unfortunately, that's the only thing you're good for, Goodreads. But, you know, here we are. It's fine. Can update my progress. There we go. It didn't want me to click the comments. Can update my progress, go to author pages and giveaways, just no books. Literally. Yep. That's so unhelpful, Goodreads. So unhelpful.
Wow, Goodreads. Glitching.
I mean, at least you can do giveaways, I guess. I
win
feel like
3 books and then get them 6 months later and have forgotten completely how you got that.
We don't get that many giveaway options on Goodreads in Canada. So when everyone's like, oh, I'm entering all these, I'm like, oh, we don't have that many available to us. Reading The Last Party by A.R. Tor. Nice. I've been wanting to read a book by them, but I have yet to get around to it. And right now I'm not in my thriller era, which is unfortunate going into spooky season to not be in your thriller era. But
you've got until October 31st to get into your thriller era. So
it's not going to happen.
You know,
I think I'm just going to lean into like
lean into your gothic.
That yeah. And like fantasies that are like folly and like romances that are folly, you know, like witchy romances and stuff. Like there are some ones that'll work for the fall.
Ooh. You know what's spooky because it kind of has zombies in it? Caliban's War.
I wasn't expecting that. Here we go. Apparently, my spooky season, Caliban's War, everyone.
Yeah, just by way to pitch The Expanse to you.
Weren't we going to make sure this worked for something that's coming out in October?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I believe there was like read a sequel. I might just put a couple of prompts that work.
Perfect, and then it'll be spooky with zombies.
It's. I mean, that's one of the things that I love about The Expanse is that they bring in so many other genres to bolster the weirdness of the sci-fi that you're dealing with.
I could see that even from the first one.
Yeah, from the first book. Yeah, exactly. And like those two go together as a pair. So like the first one, and then the second one is wrapping up like the consequences from the first one.
So it's probably good for reading them somewhat close together so I don't forget what happened.
Yes. Yeah, you'll want to you want to read 1 and 2. Those go together. If you don't like 1 and 2 in that series, move on. And then 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 all go together, and the last 3 are all part of the same plot. So I really like how they structured that.
Nice. Well, that's what's gonna go. It's going on the October TBR. That's what we're gonna
We'll make it work.
We're gonna make it work.
We'll make it work.
Ooh, the final offer. I need to continue this series because I promised Neva that I would.
Yeah.
I promised Neva I'd read the second one because it's her favorite. When will I get around to that? No idea. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Got frustrated. Here's the rest of it. With my past self while I was editing, so I'm taking a break. This is a mood. This is such a mood. Watching Becca's shelf it or scrap it and doing some dishes. I always get frustrated with filming me when I'm editing. Always.
She breathes too much. Filming Margaret breathes too much and talks too much.
There's so many things filming I does that editing I am just like, why? First of all, there are times where I'm like, I don't want to go gather all the books. So I'll be like, oh, I'll just insert the pictures. Like that's no big deal. And it isn't really that hard. Like it's not that hard.
No, but you have to go and search and find a good version of the photo that will download correctly. And then you have to load it.
There's so many reasons why it would have just been easier to go get the physical book. I did this, my TBR video that's coming out this Saturday. I had the book upstairs in the book hall stack. And I came down and I was like, oh, it's upstairs. I'm not going to go get it. Why? Why did I not just go get it?
And if I have to go on the internet to look up a book, there is a greater than 9 out of 10 chance that I'm going to get distracted by whatever was on the last tab that I was doing before I started editing.
Or how many times when I'm filming and I don't own the physical copy, so I have to look up the synopsis to like say it to the camera. At what point during that do I not screenshot the cover? No.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you got distracted by your phone, because that's what I do.
No, I just don't screenshot the cover, so then I have to go look it up when I'm editing. And I'm like, I had this all pulled up when I filmed it. Why didn't I just screenshot all these covers?
See, since I still like to go and get like the actual cover and download it from the internet, because that tends to be a higher quality photo than like if I screenshot it.
True.
So
I usually just screenshot from Goodreads because it's just faster. Will get Storygraph caught up. I've been slacking. This is the only place that I'm actually like up to date on my.
I'm not up to date anywhere.
Goodreads and Storygraph are the only place, because as soon as I finish a book, I go do it. Which is a tip for all those that want to follow me on Goodreads. If you're ever like, oh, she's not telling us what it is because it's for a collab video, you can know the rating is on Goodreads, because I don't wait, because then I will never remember to go and do it. I do it right away.
I'm not big enough, and my secret projects are like weird enough that no one is going to guess, especially with how I space things out so often. No one's going to guess what the video project is from my Goodreads. And if they do, they deserve that. In my opinion.
They deserve that win. The only ones I don't talk about on sprints are if they're like collab videos with other people. So I would like screw up the collab by saying what it was. Other than that, I'm always just like, yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Could you please also watch the video kind of thing? Just wish I could go back in time and talk faster. Plus, I apparently deleted a clip, which makes coherent thoughts about one book much harder. That is unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You can always do like a editing me clip if you ever need to do so, and be like, hey, why were you flashing?
I'm like, what about that I must have been screwing with my camera's like lighting or something, because I don't know if you know it, but like it's supposed to be daytime right now for people who are watching.
Yes.
And it's so dark behind me because it's storming, so there's no light really coming in. So that's like that little bit that you can see on my bed. That's as far as the light goes.
Honestly, I only use Storygraph. Like nobody follows me there. Nobody pays attention to me over there. I just like the stats. So I use Storygraph for the stats. So I have both, because I couldn't give up Goodreads. Like I need Goodreads. So I feel like I just use both.
Yeah.
Finished my cleaning for the day. Yes. Now you can read. We love it. Not me with 3 tabs and 4 projects on my desk. I clearly would stay focused.
Understandable.
It's been raining off and on here all day in my area of Florida. It's annoying. Did you know that Alicia was in Florida?
I did. Is your football team the Tampa Bay Bucks, Alicia?
We're like, wait a minute. Are we in the same part of Florida?
Because it's also been raining off and on where I am. I mean, I do believe that there is a tropical storm like down south of Florida, so it makes sense that the weather patterns might be being affected.
Yeah.
So it could be a whole thing that's going on statewide because we're in hurricane season and this happens in hurricane season. So, yeah. But still, no, I did not know Alicia was in Florida.
We're both like, wait a minute. Are you having the same weather because you're in the same place?
Like, there's like 4. Oh,
yes, you're close.
This where dinosaur world is.
You all might be close to each other.
I used to pass that every day going when I commuted from where I live to Lakeland for school.
I love when we find out that our book friends live near us. It's so fun.
Like, if I complain about I-4, Alicia's going to know exactly what I'm freaking complaining about because it is
like, I get it. I totally understand.
One of the worst highways in all of Florida.
We
might be.
We're all like,
we might be. I tell people I live in Tampa. That's not quite true, but most people don't actually know where I live. Like most people are not going to know where I live.
Yeah.
Because it's small. DM me on Instagram, because I know that's weird information to give out a lot of the time, especially online.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a private message situation. Oh, apparently some people do follow me on Storygraph, and you are more than welcome to follow me on Storygraph. Yeah. It's just not. I mean, you get basically the same information that you get on Goodreads because I really only do star ratings unless I have to do a physical. Like,
I feel like right now my Storygraph is more up to date than my Goodreads.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on, I'll put it in the chat.
Perfect. And before we go into a sprint, I do want to say hi, Danny. I was also sprint hopping with you earlier as well, and that's what we're just going to do because we do the fun things in sprint hop. But with that, are we ready to do some reading?
Reading, no, but sprinting, yes.
Sprinting, yes. That's fair because not all of us are reading. Good point, Margaret. I will see you all in an hour. that turned into mostly parenting sprint while folding laundry.
Lovely.
I was multitasking, but I did read like 4% of this book at the end of the sprint, so got a little bit done. How'd you do?
I got to like 8 minutes out of an hour and 3-minute video. I
mean, it's better than nothing. You're getting it done.
So, anyways, the first section of B-roll is, well, actually, technically, it's like all the same days section of B-roll because I don't know. Anyways, I stopped it to put like some of like I cut out the little bit of like the authors introducing themselves that still work. And I will probably put up their most recent books like on the screen as they're talking.
Yep. Nice. So, I'm excited to watch it when it's done. Hello, Bethany. Just got home, got to my home office to finish up my workday. At least you can be home. That's better than being at the real office any day, right? I know that you've been really busy with your job lately, so I'm glad you're at least home and can, relax there. Fed my son and read a few minutes of Little Fires Everywhere, now at 51%. How are you liking this? Coda and I read this way back in January.
That's a wild book.
It's been a while. And we really liked it. It's a good book. It's saying a lot. I loved it. I had a good time with it. And then I watched the TV show, and that was not, I mean, the TV show's good, but I think the book is much better. I feel like the nuances that are in the book were somewhat lost in the TV show.
That happens.
Yeah. Thank you for this reminder. Got to 33%. I started Heaven Breaker at the start of these sprints, and I'm now 15% in. And Bethany is one of the people who has finished this for book club, and told me it was not bad.
I see that you have tabbed it already.
Well, the reason these are not really tabs that are staying. So when I do a spoiler vlog, I always tab things that I want to make sure that
you hit.
Yeah, that I hit, and then I take them out, because I would never tab permanently a pretty book.
See, here's the thing: is there's something for me about like sprayed edges, especially when you have the transparent tabs. Because hold on, let me show you.
That's true. If I had clear tabs, I wouldn't mind doing it.
Well, not even just the like. So when I do my tabs, I do them so you can just barely see the end. And there's something. This isn't sprayed edges, but there's something about like a book having sprayed edges or a design, and all of those tabs peeking through the design that just works for me.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't think I will. Like, I'm enjoying the book. I will let you know that. Like, I'm having a good time, but not enough that I'd be like, oh, I need to annotate this. And it's not like super quotey. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like,
that makes sense.
If I want to annotate a book, it's usually because it's super quotey. I just finished a book, which I cannot tell you about because it's for a collab video that's coming out, that I need to get a physical copy of, and I must annotate it immediately.
I rarely annotate the first time, unless that's why a lot of the time when I do readathons, if there's a group book, a lot of the time it's a book I have read. Number one, because I can vouch for there not being weird stuff in the book. But also because when I'm reading it the first time, it's usually on audio, number one. But number two, like, I'm too busy paying attention to the book, and I don't know what I would want to tab yet.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
100%. The only I have ever annotated was a reread, and I definitely want to go back and do God Killer.
I did this, my like third read through of this. And like I'm going to be annotating again my next read, like the read through that I'm doing now of all of the books.
Yeah. So. Well, because you catch something different every time.
Especially when you know shit.
And with each book, you know more. So I totally understand. But Bethany, you're right. I'm enjoying. This is my favorite Red Tower book so far. By a lot, to be honest. Like I like it a lot more than any other Red Tower book I've read.
Have you read 5 Broken Blades yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
That tells me some things.
If I have. With 5 Broken Blades, my review of 5 Broken Blades was the story in itself and the ideas in and of itself were very good. The author fell into a lot of traps that debut authors fall into, and a good editor could have really helped them.
And as we know, Red Tower does not have great editing.
Now, I will say this is not a debut author, and that may be why
you're having a better time.
Correct, because a seasoned author, I think this is their 7th book.
Yeah.
Would not necessarily, could always still do a good editor. Don't get me wrong.
Who's the author?
Sarah Wolf.
Oh yeah, I recognize that name.
It's listed in the front. That's why I'm looking, because that's how I even knew it wasn't a debut author, was the list in the front. Yeah, this is the 7th book by this author. So an author who is seasoned, not that they can't use an editor, don't get me wrong, and a good editor can always help any book, but a seasoned author maybe just won't fall into those traps that,
it's easier for them to avoid them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that could be why it's working for me a little bit better.
That would make sense.
For discussion of that could be why.
So are you kind of the mind that you might read the second book for Five Broken Blades, or like I have
not decided. I have not decided. I could go either way on that, and I think I might wait and see how people are feeling about the second one, and then make that choice. I haven't unhauled it; like it's still right there.
Oh yeah, no, was that her? I know which book because she was the one that did Bring Me Their Hearts.
Yes.
And if I remember correctly, was that
it lists that is the first book, so I'm gonna go with that's a debut.
No, she published. She has an adult series. It looks like
Love Me Never.
Yeah, the Love Me Never series. No, I'm very confused by how this works, because book 3 in this series was published in 2014, and book 1, according to this, was published in 2015.
Must have been re-released.
Re-released, either that or like she wrote book 3 first and then went back and wrote the prequel,
which is possible. Who knows? But yeah, so it's not a debut author.
I'm gonna have to
read. Same.
I'm here doing some deep dive now, trying to figure out what
you tell us the information. I love it. I also didn't get to read much in that one. Distractions happen. They happen to all of us. Soon as the sprints too early for me not to be able to read the comments. As soon as the sprint started, the pest control came. So I dealt with that, and we just renewed service, about to have lunch, and then I have to pick up the kids. Hello, Caitlin. How are you? Just joined, going to journal and then finish Mortal Follies. Oh, also uploaded a video. Nice. And edited one. Alicia. And dealt with the pest control. You did a lot during that sprint. A very, very productive sprint. 100%. There's definitely still some editing. Any Red Tower book I will probably go into and be like, really, editing could have been better. But this is not the worst that I've seen by any stretch. Sanctuary of the Shadow was by far the worst that I've read. Because I think I don't know how many books Red Tower has brought out at this point, but I feel like I've read a good portion of them. Because I've read Sanctuary of Shadow, Five Broken Blades, Heaven Breaker, Fourth Wing. I did not read Iron Flame. And I do own Ren and the Holly, but I haven't read it yet. I don't know what else Red Tower has brought out, but I feel like that's a
Whitney. I'm finding no answers, only confusion.
You're like, I don't understand this publishing.
I don't understand, because it says first published in April of 2014, but then book 1 was first published in April of 2015. There is amnesia involved somehow.
Pubbed and then regular pubbed.
I don't.
It has to be.
I don't understand, but now I think I feel like I need to read the series in the supposed order to find out what's going on.
Because I feel like that makes sense, that it could be an indie pubbed author first.
Because I don't think.
Which, depending on if they had if it's self-pub or indie pubbed, that might be also why she is rather good at editing her own books.
Okay, so it was Kindle edition. What I feel like happened is she wrote book 3 first.
And then went back.
Yeah. Because this sounds like the third book. I'm so confused. I am absolutely. It was a Kindle first, Kindle edition. Or what I'm looking at is a Kindle edition,
probably.
But, and then this was published in paperback. That may be it.
That might be why.
That's why, because this is entangled, and the other, that final one is Kindle only, according to this, unless I'm missing something or I've got the wrong edition, because there are multiple editions. Okay.
We're getting to the bottom of it, y'all. We're getting there.
So it looks like you are correct. And then book 3 has, under Entangled, has a different name.
That makes sense.
It was published under a different name because I'm looking at the editions and it says Entangled Teen 2017. We figured it out. Okay, I can sleep tonight.
We got there. I knew we would. I was like,
my D&D group tonight will not have to listen to a 6-minute rant about why I'm so confused about this book.
You know what? It doesn't matter the length of videos. Any finished videos is a huge accomplishment, Alicia.
Yes.
Any.
Honestly, Alicia, I'd rather have a short video than a long video. Mm-hmm. All of my videos are long now, but I hate it.
I like watching long videos, but I also know that like I will put off watching long videos just because I don't necessarily have time to watch long videos.
I like watching long videos. I don't like editing them.
Oh, no.
Or filming them.
No.
God bless anyone who makes long videos. It makes me want to die every time, but I still keep doing it.
Christina, I do the same thing. Like if I know that a book has been made into a show and I've seen like who the actors and actresses are, when I'm reading the book, I see them as the actors and actresses. Mm-hmm. Like it's just, my brain is just like, okay, this is who. I don't need to come up with a likeness for this person. This is already been given to me.
I'm that way.
Yeah, you do too. Yeah. I think a lot of people do. I don't think that's because it's just how our brains work, probably. Catherine, I'm going to be sprinting until 7 p.m.-ish Eastern Standard Time. So another 4 hours and a bit. And then this will redirect to Nicole for some more sprints. So there will be more sprints after that, but that's as long as I will be here. Editing long videos is torture. It's torture because the thing is, like a 30-minute video or even an hour-long video, any video, you have to understand, took me probably 3 to 4 times the amount of time the video is to actually edit it.
More.
Yeah.
Because you have to put in filming. It's going to be, you have like at least 3 or 4 times the amount of time that the final video is going to be. And like, that's a typical thing for all movies and stuff. Like that makes, like, I understand that. And like, I knew that when I got into video, it doesn't make it any less annoying.
No. And the worst is when I know, like, I filmed Timmy's and I edited it. Now, a lot of Timmy's is dead air, luckily, because it's me reading synopses so that I can then regurgitate the synopses to the camera. So a lot of it, I can just like look for the quiet and clip it, thankfully. Because a 15-minute Timmy's, I could have an hour's worth of footage. And I'm like, what was I doing for what was I doing? I was reading synopses. I had, you know, a child run in and ask me a question. There's so much that needs to come out of that edit. You know, editing in its finest. But I find sit downs are easier to edit than vlogs. By far.
Yes. They so much. Well, here's the thing. Actually, it depends because on how we're looking at it. Because like for me, sit downs, I'm restarting my sentences way more often. And I feel like I need to have those be cleaner in my editing versus vlogs. If I ramble a little bit, that's part of the vlog. That's part of it. What I'm coming for. So I don't have to be as in my editing.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true. That's true. I still find sit downs easier because I usually can clip the dead air so quickly that it's like, oh, I'm making so much. It maybe it's just in my mind that I feel like I'm making more progress because I can clip the dead air. Yeah. Which there's never any dead air in a vlog. Like that's just not because you're just having like a conversation with the camera.
Yeah. But it's for me, sometimes I will do like what is called in drama a pregnant pause because I'm a theater kid.
Yes.
And so I can never know, is that dead air just me, or am I trying to do something funny that's not working?
That's fair. That's fair. Alicia, have a safe drive or walk, however you're getting to the kiddos. And this is a perfect way to transition us into our next sprint with this happy reading. So everyone, happy reading, happy productivity, and I will see you all in an hour. Hello, we're back. I got to 22% of Heaven Breaker during that sprint. How did everybody else do? I think I might do dinner in the next one because I think the child is hungry. So I should probably.
You've got to keep the child when they're hungry.
You do need to do that. It is necessary. How did your sprint go?
I didn't get very much further time-wise, but I finalized at least this section, what I'm keeping for the panels section, at least this first panel that I recorded. But I'm putting in the covers for the authors, which of course means that I have to go in and double check that they're not St. Martin's Press, which
yes,
I don't think anyone that was there was a St. Martin's Press, like that spoke was a St. Martin's Press author.
Yeah.
But I can't be sure.
But you have to double check these things because I have many a time noticed.
Thought it was fine.
Mid-editing, and I'm like, shoot.
I would prefer to notice mid-editing than after I get the video up.
Luckily, I have always caught it before the video goes up.
I didn't catch this last one.
I think the only time we haven't was when Bree and I made our book club pick for Tar. And we were like, oh, ignore all of those graphics.
Well, we gotta get rid of that.
Those are all wrong. We will announce another one. Please.
No.
You know,
I feel like
we try our best.
This one is a lot easier for me than the Harper one was. Like there were a lot of books that I loved that are Harper books.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But like I don't typically pick up many Wednesday books apparently.
Yeah, it hasn't been that like none of my really favorite authors are under, which helps obviously. Because I wouldn't be picking them up anyway. There was one series that I haven't been able to continue, but like that's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Hello, Jess. Need coffee? Yes, because it's very early for you. I do not know the time change between here and New Zealand, but I know it's a lot. I know
it's probably similar to between here and Australia. Maybe a little. I think they're more to the never eat shredded. The east of Australia.
Yes.
So they might actually be closer in time zone than our Australian friends are.
I feel like they may be, which would make it even later in the morning. I don't know, Jess. What time is it, Jess? Don't make us do time zone math. We're not good
I just know that they are probably somewhere around 12 hours ahead of us.
If anything has taught me, the Pickpongathon sprinting spreadsheet has told me that I'm not good at time zone math. I'm not good at it. Luckily, my sprints are always at the same time. So once I figured it out I could just copy paste.
I had to message. I think it was Aoife, and I had to be like, hey, did you mean to put that at Friday at noon? Because that technically means you're going on Thursday.
Yes.
Based on, and Aoife was like, oh my God.
That's where it gets complicated. It's not so much the hour change, it's the day change and remembering what day. Because sometimes it's the same day and sometimes it's different days, depending on what time of day it is. And that makes it complicated.
And for me, I think Crystal forgot to put in the fact that we were no longer, or to calculate in the fact that we were something, it was like off by 1 hour. And I was like, hey, Crystal, when I Google it, it says this, but the chart says this. Which one should I follow?
Yeah, I went with Time Buddy because I just
because like
better. I was like,
I was like, I don't know exactly which time zone you are in. So
I know the same as Sydney. That's what I know.
Yeah.
So that's how I said it for Crystal. Also, hello, Kendra. How are you? Just finished Leather and Larg. Nice. We'll be starting a next read shortly. Do you know what your next read is going to be? Do you need help picking? Got to 64%.
Not bad.
That sprint was the perfect amount of time for you to pick up the kiddos because you just got back and we left when you left. So that was perfect timing.
Beautiful.
Hello, Saluna. How are you? Yes, it is also morning for you and very early in Australia. How are you feeling? Let us know. Started an anthology and realized my Kindle didn't start on the first story. What?
Could you potentially read it before?
Does it like have it in it, or is it just missing the first story?
Weird.
Because
sometimes what happens. Sometimes I wonder if what happens, because I know that sometimes they'll have it programmed in for you to start on page 1 for Kindle books. And maybe that, like, whatever the programming for that was, got mixed up or like was incorrectly inputted, so that starting you at a later part than it really should have.
Yeah.
Because technology be weird like that.
But I was watching, I think it was Paige's vlog last week. Don't quote me on that, but I'm like 90% sure it was Paige's. And Paige was reading a short story collection where the first short story was not in the book. Like it was like she had the physical and the audio, and like in one of them it was missing.
Most likely the audio.
I'm assuming it was the audio. But I was like, why would they just not have the first story in the book? Like, that's so rude. Big summer is your next read. Getting in those last few summer reads before spooky season hits. Although I know some people don't read seasonally and just read like, you know, whatever all year, which I kind of do a little mix of both. Like I will read outside of the season, but I definitely do have the seasons somewhat like influence what I'm reading.
We don't have seasons here, so my brain just goes, what do I want to read?
That's true. You really don't. See, I have 4 distinct seasons, which we're getting into my favorite, fall. And it's even starting to come, like, it's getting colder at night. And the days are not as warm until a few days ago when a hurricane came up the coast. And then it was like, oh, and now it's hot because it brought all the, you know, humidity with it. Luckily, it went out to sea. So it didn't actually like hit me, which was great.
Yeah.
Prove. Because for a little while it looked like it was going to hit us dead on. And I was like, oh no, it's too early for that. It's too early. I do not want to see a hurricane until, well, I really never want to, but that's unrealistic. So I would like to not start seeing them until sometime in September. If we see them earlier than that, it's too early.
See, for us, hurricane season starts on June 1st.
Yeah, you get them a lot earlier than we do.
Yeah, we get them so much earlier.
No.
But again, where I live, we're not hit. The last time we were hit was in 92.
Yeah, that's nice. We can get direct hits, which is not fun. But you know, we make do. We're used to it to some extent, which is, I mean, so are you probably. Like you get kind of used to what a hurricane entails.
You do. Hence why I was like, I wish they had just brought my car over and left it here. The problem was there's only one key to my little Honda. So like it wasn't a situation where I could have taken the spare key with me and they could have just locked my keys in the car and driven back, so I would have been able to drive home. I need to get a spare key made. Because it's like I don't even need like a key with the chip that you can start. I just need a spare for it.
Yep.
But like the difference between my comfort with driving in the rain and the wet and when there is inclement weather and my mother's comfort with that, vastly different.
I feel like everyone's comfort is different with driving in weather. Like,
well, she grew up in Virginia, so she's not used to it.
She's not used to it. Yes. Yeah. Here, it's the people who don't know how to drive in snow that are the most irritating here, because I'm like, hello, you live in
my brother moved from Indiana to Baltimore where it doesn't get up to be a lot of snow. And he hates the people that don't know how. And this is funny because he was raised in Florida, but he's like, he hates the way people deal with snow in Baltimore. He's like, they don't know what they're doing. It's so funny.
It drives me nuts. I remember when I was 16, I was getting my license. We had this huge snowstorm and Dad was like, you're driving home because you will not be one of those people who don't know how to drive. Like, you need to learn how to drive.
Like from what I understand, based on, it's basically like driving in the rain.
Honestly,
with a slight more chance that you're going to skid and slip and lose.
It depends on the type of snow. If it's like snow, it's actually not that hard to drive on because it actually has its own, like it has friction.
Yeah.
Slush, when it starts to turn into slush, that's a different situation.
Yeah.
And then if there's ice under the snow,
Ice,
again, different
ice is,
situation. But
we
if it's
have,
just like, you know, powder snow, it's actually not that hard to drive on powdered snow because it has its own friction with your wheels and it's not really that bad.
there are places in Florida that they will put bridge ices in the winter.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Like, because like the rest of the road is going to be fine, but like because it's got, then like it'll be like, you know, it'll ice like it. Like, and it's funny because it'll get really bridge ices before road. So like, you know, it's in a specific spot. Yeah. Never run into that because we don't get cold weather anymore. But I know up north that can be because we're
yes.
we're the long boy of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
They get a little bit more actual winter up there.
Yeah. So Luna, even though I know this means you're not going home anytime soon, I'm still going to count this as a win because moving to the rehab section is the step in the right direction to going home. So I'm going to celebrate that with you, even though I know it means you're not going to be home for a bit. I still am going to celebrate that. That's progress towards 2 hours behind New Zealand, so it's 7:30 a.m. Perfect. There we go. Only put it on my spinner wheel because it's summer and it won. There you go. You know, your spinner wheel also wanted you to get in those summer reads.
So good morning, Neo.
Neo. Hate driving in the rain or at night. I cannot drive at night. I can. I don't like to because I have an astigmatism. So all of the lights do very awful things and make it so hard to see.
Yeah. I
despise driving at night. I will if I have to, but
used to be much more comfortable driving at night because I was used to it. But like since the pandemic, I wasn't going out anywhere.
Right.
And so now it feels a little bit weirder. I don't like driving long distances in the dark because my car's broken down on me enough times. I'm like, nope.
No, I'm with you there. I've lived everywhere. You've driven in all the things. Black ice, yes, that is one that definitely you need to be careful of. But we have sorted out the vlog. Filmed most of these like a month and a half ago, so it's hard to know what I was going for sometimes. I understand this. We've all done that. Yeah, black ice is definitely scary. The thing with here is you just kind of learn to expect it. Plus we have, I don't even know what it's called. People who live in snow will know what it is. But it's like something that they like pour on the
salt.
No, it's a liquid.
It's not road salt?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's a liquid that basically they paint it on the
Okay, so it's like some sort of antifreeze.
Yes.
Type thing.
Yes. And they paint it on and it like becomes like a clear coat almost on the I'm not explaining this well, but we're gonna just go with it. So that the salt melts the ice after it's already there, but that like keeps the ice from forming. Yes.
That's funny.
There we go. That's my best explanation. Cannot think of the name of it, but it's a thing we use in Canada to prevent snow and ice.
We mostly, you just have to worry about if it's raining really hard. Sometimes you have to worry about hydroplaning, which is when your car floats.
Yeah, I mean with rain for sure. Don't get a lot of snow. No, in Australia, I know that would probably be true, that you don't get a lot of snow. I was actually surprised you get any. That's just me being ignorant of geography. But I remember Nicole talking about snow, and I went, you get snow? Who knew? Really should read at some point, though, since we have Bones tonight, and I won't be able to read then. I'm so excited to watch Bones, because last week was so fun. Last week, Margaret, we met Gordon.
Yes, that's right, because you were doing clown episode.
Yeah, we did the clown episode. Yes, we did.
Oh, I love Stephen Fry is just a delight.
Stephen Fry is fabulous. I don't know how they got Stephen Fry so early in Bones, because it wasn't that big of a show when they somehow got Stephen Fry to do it. So I don't know how they did. But I'm so glad they did.
It's exactly the kind of character that he would enjoy being, though. I don't think he was as big either at that point.
That's what I said. Because this would have been many years ago, like 2012?
2000 and it was like
2002.
2002, something like that, like 2004.
Yeah, it was early 2000s. I thought maybe he was trying to like break into the US market. Like, yeah, he might have been
potentially. I just know that like I saw him in that, and then he kind of was everywhere.
Yeah. Agree. Oh, where you live is warmer than the coastal areas. That makes sense. And yes, lots of love to Saluna. Lots and lots. But
I did know New Zealand gets a lot of snow, primarily because I've watched every single Lord of the Rings movie and all of the behind the scenes.
Fair. Fair.
And they got
we learned so much from movies, everyone. We learn things. Movies are educational.
Especially like the back, like the content that they do about and shit. Yeah. Like, that's always fun. It's my favorite part sometimes.
I agree. Okay, with that, are you ready to sprint? Okay, I'll see you all in an hour.
Perfect timing, because you're about to lose a Margaret.
Well, there we go. Now I won't be alone today. Can you stay for the chat, or do you have to like run?
Absolutely. Oh no, I'm not in any hurry. I just want to like, I'm trying to be better about getting outside and getting my movement in, because I don't know if you probably haven't been following my Twitter, but I started exercising it, like actually doing the usual exercise stuff I used to do in college again.
Yep.
And my ability to focus and function has gotten so much better.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, you bitch. You're bored. You're bored doing the regular routine stuff. You drag your feet about it, but you don't let us do the fun stuff.
Yeah.
And enjoy the fun stuff if we don't do the routine stuff. So we're gonna have to have. So I'm trying to get back in the habit again. I was really good about it when I was working like a regular job. And that was because I had to function for 8 hours a day. And so I'm like, You know what? I deserve to be able to function for 8 hours a day, even if my work can be done at any time. Mm-hmm. So I deserve to be able to do these things.
Absolutely.
I'm going to start walking tomorrow when Ari goes back to school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been doing really well with the walking pad lately, which is exciting. I finally think I'm in like a routine with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need to get a walk on.
It takes a second to get in a routine with stuff like that. Like you'll have a couple good days, but to like consistently I've been like good for like a month and a half now. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're solidly in a routine with this. This is exciting. Also, yes, I wasn't sure if this is the first time Neva's been on screen, because this happened while I was away yesterday.
I wasn't on screen all yesterday. I meant to get on with, I think somebody had screen yesterday, but I meant to get on with somebody, and then I was like, I couldn't be bothered, and so my hair is being debuted, or lack of.
I love it. I wasn't sure because I found out about it yesterday, but I was not.
You were like way behind on that trend.
I'm not around on Wednesdays,
I mean,
so I wasn't sure.
Hit Instagram, like I guess technically it hit Instagram before like I turned my camera back on.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, y'all got pictures of it. Well, like, because the one group chat that has Margaret in it got pictures as I was like chopping it off.
You got like mid pictures.
But yeah, I shaved it off. It's fine. My head feels lighter, honestly.
I love it. I love it.
Fine. Ari was not sure about it.
That's fair.
Now she keeps asking if she can rub my head. So I think
I feel like all children though, like it just anytime you do something different, your kids take a second. Like no matter what it is, like no matter what change you do, your kids are like, "What? You look different."
Well, yeah, I told her I was like, I'm going to shave all my hair off, and she was like, no. And I was like, yes, I am.
Like, I am. So you don't get a say in this, unfortunately for you. Also, hello, Courtney. How are you? And Brett is also here. We'll be starting Spy in 3B.
Question for
What?
Just have to say, I love Read the Beads because it introduces me to some amazing music that I wouldn't think of. And then I get to see those songs. Hello, Ari.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. You know what I'm eating?
No, you have to tell me. Is that goldfish?
Goldfish.
Good. We love goldfish here.
I'm not supposed to eat the goldfish, but I loved the goldfish.
Yeah, it's a food staple in my house. We didn't have goldfish. People would revolt.
Guess what?
What?
I even have the kind that they make of pretzels.
The pretzel ones. Those are good ones.
Nice.
I like pretzel time.
I remember I used to wait until I was like at friends' houses and stuff
And
because
I
I wasn't supposed to eat them.
10 rainbow ones. I ate them all because they're yummy.
The rainbow ones are very yummy. I mean, all the goldfishes are yummy.
They're delicious.
They really are.
Well, Mom got me the box of goldfish.
Ooh. Exciting.
Good job, Mom.
Oh.
I'm excited that your kids are excited, Alicia. That's nice. 85%. And then we have so many hellos to Neva. Everyone's very excited that Neva has joined us. Had dinner, made it, ate it, and cleaned up it. We love it.
Okay. They didn't hear you.
Finished my book, trying to decide my next read. I know. I do like Mom's hair. Or lack thereof, I should say.
Yeah,
So
that's-
Coyote's like, careful, be careful in your neck.
Caitlin,
I
do you
like
have
the
options? Because we can help you.
Yes, we can
yes,
help.
let us-
10 pages. And also, Ari, people are saying hello to you. Christina and Alicia are saying hello to you.
Christina and Alicia said hello to you. She said hello.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Alicia. She said hello.
And Christina.
And Christina. And Christina said hi, Ari.
I love how Neva's like, you gotta say hi to everyone.
100%.
Yeah.
Hello, guys.
All right, go on. Love you so much.
You're
In a
like,
minute, but well, a little bit. Yeah, I basically told my brother. I said, brother, I need you to shave my head. And he kind of looked at me like I was crazy, but I was like, I'm gonna cut all the braids out and then I need you to shave it.
That's because I was tired.
And then
I mean,
he said, brother.
great job.
No one else was awake. So I was like, can you just do this for me? Thanks. And then my dad came downstairs right as we were starting and I was like, I'm shaving my head today. And he was like, okay.
Sounds good. Parenting sprint. We all need to have these at times, us with children. Read a few pages of Deeper Than the Dead. I don't know what this is. Does anyone else know what this is?
Deeper
Is it
Than
a
the Dead? It sounds. Is this a horror? It sounds like something that I know. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
Look it up, because I don't know what it is.
I already have Goodreads up.
A cozy, but
Hold it up.
Deeper Than the Dead. It looks like it is a thriller. If it's the only one that popped up for me is Deeper Than the Dead by Deborah Webb.
okay.
I thought Deeper Than the Dead by Tammy Hode.
That's the one it is.
Is that the one it is? Oh, okay. Yeah, if I go down lower. Okay, this looks like a thriller or a horror to me.
Although I do really like that
There's
you're
duct tape
reading.
involved.
Interesting. I do really like the fact that you're reading Deeper Than the Dead and then Courtney is reading Heavy as the Head.
Listen.
Y'all are poets and you don't know it.
We love that. But Kelsey's here. Hi, Kelsey.
Hey, Kelsey.
Reading The Kind Worth Killing by Peter Swanson. And here are Caitlin's choices. We have The Bone Season. We have He Who Drowned the World. Or More Days at the Morisaki Bookstore. Or Dune. I vote the Morisaki Bookstore because I think that one looks so cute. And I'm sad that I didn't buy it when I was at the bookstore.
Yeah, that one looks really cute. I vote either that one. I vote that
I
one.
got Bone Season.
Here's
That's
the thing. Here's the thing. Bone Season was on my August TBR, and did I get to it? Absolutely not, because I guess who had a kidney infection? Me. And so it went right back onto the thing. And Ryan was like, "So what happens when you get it again?" And I was like, "Well, I'll have to read it." And he was like,
Yeah.
"Okay." And I was like, I actually tried to immersion read it when I was like in the bed, and I could not tell you anything that happened.
It's fine.
I was like, and here's the thing is, I love her as a writer because like I loved Priory.
We love
Trees.
Priory.
I was like, I know I'm gonna like this book.
100%. I think this is the popular vote. I had this in my hand at the bookstore when I went in for the buy one get one 50% off sale, but this one wasn't like part of the sale and I was already buying like 8 books, so I put it down. I showed some restraint. I love how me only buying 8 books was restraint. It's fine.
Listen,
No,
last time I was at the bookstore, I only bought 2, and that's because
impressive.
because one of them cost me $27, which was the Harley LaRue book, and I was like, "Listen, dude, if you're gonna spend $27 on a dark romance, you only need 2 books." No, I bought 3. I bought 3 because I bought that Cursed Rose book.
Oh yeah,
What you read? I bought that book too.
I had that right
Speaking
here.
of buying books, Brittany, did you see that Barnes & Noble is coming out with an exclusive edition of what's ML Rio's book? If We Were Villains?
We Were Villains.
I saw that.
I have heard nothing but bad things about the new release, and it's causing me stress and anxiety because here's the thing, everyone. I've had about 4 big anticipated releases this year. 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
All of them have sucked. They have been so bad. They have not been good, everyone. So I'm nervous to anticipate books now because anything that I have highly anticipated this year has been a train wreck.
Well, no, I'm talking it's a special edition of
yeah.
villains.
Yeah, but I need to read Graveyard, and I'm nervous.
I have seen mixed things, like not great things about the new one, but I also want to read it.
At least it's a novella.
Maybe
So,
we should
like,
maybe we should buddy read it.
I'm nervous because I also read her short story in These Hallowed Halls anthology, and it was like the worst one in the anthology.
Yeah, and I didn't
No.
that.
Yeah,
but I did see that Barnes & Noble has the special edition because I need to figure out how to get
blood dripping down on the end pages.
It looks so nice.
So cool.
Yeah,
I may need to get that. But yeah, it's just I'm kind of worried because there was a long gap between If We Were Villains and anything else.
Mm-hmm.
A very, very long gap. And I'm like, is it not going to be good? Like, that stresses me out.
ML Rio hasn't written a lot, have they?
That short story and In These Hallowed Halls and this new one. That's it.
Interesting.
I'm wondering if it was just like, how some person has like one book in them?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm.
No, I don't actually.
I feel like potentially Alex Michaelides is also falling into that category.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I also think that there's something that like some authors are not meant to publish on a really super regular basis because of the way that they write.
Mm-hmm. They need more time.
So I think that there is you will see that sometimes with people who have been able to take time to refine their debut and really polish that. And then when you get into publishing,
they want to book it.
They want to book as often as possible. And so you might, sometimes that means you're producing more quickly than your process needs. And it can take people time to figure out what their process is under publishing and what they want to write.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I think also, what was it? My thought just literally came and went. As I was saying that, I went, no, I lost it. Lost it completely. It'll come back. Yeah, it is shorter. It's much shorter than the Bone season, for sure.
It's not hard.
Haven't read any of them except Dune, but my vote is for the bookstore one. Yeah, that's the only one I've read in the list, but I've heard really great things about the bookstore one and want to read it badly. Dune was not bad. I gave Dune 3 stars. It was fine.
Dune was a book, and I read it.
It was good until part 3.
It does. It gets very draggy in places, and then
part 3 was weird.
There are just parts of it that I hate.
Yep.
And if you watch the entire TV series, you'll know.
Well,
what?
Dune.
No, it did not age well.
But I can see what it did for the genre. As I can see that.
I can see what it did for the genre. I can see what he was trying to do and say with it.
Yes.
But there are better people to do and say those things now.
Agreed. Bye. Thank you so much for hanging out. It has been so sad. The Familiar. Huge letdown from Miss Lee Bardugo. Massive. Although a lot of people did like that. I think the problem with that was really the genre. It's historical fantasy, and that is not my cup of tea. And it is very historical. It's not even a little bit. It is. Here is a mini diatribe about the Spanish Inquisition.
There's a mini diatribe about the Spanish Inquisition. Brittany, why didn't you tell me this sooner?
The Familiar. You might love it.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, Brittany.
There you go. I was like, what? I don't care.
I'm a freaking history nerd, which is why all of my novels have an element of history that inspires them. They don't follow history because they're in a secondary world.
I'm not.
But you might just want to skip some of my books if I ever publish them, because I've been told that they can read historical fiction in places.
Well,
on a detail level.
I would read it because you wrote it and because I love you.
Thank you.
But it's not my cup of tea necessarily. So the Familiar was one of those ones of like, that wasn't what I was expecting.
It doesn't surprise me that Lee went there, though. Just kind of seeing her track from Grisha to Six of Crows. Because, like, Six of Crows is nearly historical fantasy in and is like almost. And then you've got Ninth House, and I can see that in her brain.
100%. It did, and it felt like her. Do you know what I mean? Like the writing, it really was like her. It felt just like her, but it's just not my genre of choice.
Yeah.
And there was another one this year that was also not good that I was very highly anticipating, and I now forget what it was.
Oh, well, that's even worse. At least you remember The Familiar.
Yeah, well, I just read that recently. What was it? I can't think of it. It was a romance. Oh, here we go again. Alison Cochran's new book.
Oh, okay.
I've never given her less than 5 stars, and that got a 3. It was very sad. It's been sad. It's been so sad over here for me. But again, that was a little bit of like, it was a road trip book. I don't like confined. A road trip is really just a boat on land.
So. I feel like the interesting thing about road trip books is like stopping places and seeing the places. So why would you write a book that's primarily in the car?
Right.
I don't like road trip books where they're just in the car. Like if they're on a road trip, cool. Yeah. But like if you're on an actual road trip in life, like you're stopping and like seeing sights and you're like doing things. So if it's just
road
that
trip
we're hanging out,
can be fun.
So if we're just hanging out in the car the whole time, I'm like, what's the point?
Agreed.
We could have just written a story about driving to Walmart if that's what we were doing.
Driving to Walmart. Could you imagine?
No one wants to read a story about driving to Walmart in the first book. You've got to get people. You've got to earn that privilege with those characters.
I mean, that's true, but that's just what I think when I have a road trip book that's permanently in the car. Like, why didn't you just
like you have to earn that with your characters because there are characters. You want to stick them in a car for 24 hours for the entire book. I will be there in the car with them. But that's because I love them already.
Yeah, it has to be characters you already know and love.
Which is why it works so well for fanfic.
It's true. Right. It's true. Neva is looking super fresh. I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. And with that, we're going to go into our last sprint, but Margaret is heading out.
I am going to head out. I will see everyone on Saturday.
Sounds good.
So,
I need to run upstairs, so I'm going to put us into a quick sprint. But I will see you all. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I was like, where did Neva go? And this is going to be our last sprint on this channel, and then it will redirect to Nicole. So we'll see you all in an hour. Hello, we are back. How did everybody's sprint go? I had a parenting sprint, and that's all I accomplished. That was it. How'd you do?
I did my nails and then also had a parenting sprint.
I love that for us that we collectively did that together.
School starts tomorrow. Thank God.
Fun times. I wonder if that's for a lot of people. It's how everyone who has children.
There's a lot of people that have already started.
See, in Canada, we do not start till after Labor Day.
Yeah, see, in Iowa, we've always started before Labor Day, like a solid couple weeks. But the kids, the crazy thing is, so they go to school, so they have school Friday tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they get out early because
like it's a mini day, just kind of like a get your wet day.
Right. Yeah. So they get out tomorrow 2 hours early. So they get out at 1 instead of 3, or 1:30 instead of 3:30, whatever it is. Yeah. And then on Wednesdays, they always have a 1 hour early release because it's their teacher in-service day. And they used to be one Wednesday a month, but they changed it like 5 or 6 years ago. And so now it's every Wednesday of the month, which is fine, whatever. But like she goes to school this week, right? On Friday. Then she goes to school all next week, regular schedule.
And then she has Labor Day off, obviously.
And then she has Labor Day off. So like she goes to school Monday through Friday, regular schedule with that early release on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Then she has Monday off for Labor Day. Then she goes to school the rest of the week the way she's supposed to, up until October when they start doing like parent-teacher conferences and stuff.
Fun. You're in a different district than you were last year, obviously, because you're now in a different state. But
right.
Did
so he did the
all year thing last year. Am I correct in this?
So if she had stayed, so from March until May, she was in this district. This district is not year round. Like you have the option to like put your kid in summer school, but it has to be, I'm pretty sure that here they require it to be like required. Like it's not like I can just put her in summer school.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? I can put her in like
has to be a reason. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. But they don't just put them in summer school here. If she had stayed at the charter school, the school that I referred to as Hogwarts last year, that was a year-round school. So they only had like 2 weeks off that was considered like summer vacation, and then they went back to school.
And then you'd have like vacation.
But they had like mini like 1 to 2 week vacations every like 3 months. Instead of having like big blocks. Like the only big block that they had was for Thanksgiving and Christmas. And the biggest block was Christmas to New Year's.
I feel like for kids, because some kids really, like all kids love routine. Like routine works for all kids, but there's some kids that really, 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 really like a routine. And summer is hard because there is less, like we're out of our normal routine for an entire 2 months of.
Yeah, summer has been rough for Ari. Like every year since she started school, summer is the hardest time because I don't have a lot of stuff she can do. I mean, like this year we were pretty consistent with like going to story time and stuff.
Yep.
But like but that was only 2 days a week because like we were going Thursday and Friday because of my work schedule. Because the other story times were at like 3:30 in the afternoon. I can't do it 3:30 with this work schedule I had. I mean, next year we could, but this year we couldn't. So I couldn't take her 5 days a week to story time, even though they offered it 5 days. I could only take her Thursday and Friday. And so it was like we were dragging, just like slogging through the rest of the week. I mean, she'll go out and like play with her friends and stuff, but there's only so much that they can do, like running around the neighborhood.
You still kids need structure and activities. Like it's just a fact, especially younger kids. Like mine's now a teenager. So like a lot of he can activities himself. That's not a word, but you understand what I'm saying.
I know what you mean. Like entertain himself. Yeah. I'm hoping that next year, because like we moved back so close to the end of the year, I didn't have time to like gather material for the summer. So I'm hoping that next summer I'll be more prepared for summer so I can get her into like swim lessons or something. Yeah. And because then she'll actually have something to do every day, like during the day. You know?
Yeah, totally. We have like classes that Matt can do during the day, which is great, like online ones, which him something to do.
Right.
That isn't just like, you know, I mean, he can go outside and play too, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but they get so bored just like going outside to play. They're like, "What do you want me to do out here, bro?"
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Sarah. How are you? Reading the final strife this evening. We are going to teleport right after this chat. Now, Nicole does not start for 30 minutes. I will probably be done a little bit before that. There might be like a 15-minute break between our two sprints, which is not a bad thing because that'll give me a few minutes to set it for my watch along because sometimes I'm in a little bit of a rush to get over to that. So I think that's going to work out really well. And everybody can like stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you need to do before then. Bethany's back, getting a head start on Bones. 100%. She always wants to go on a bike ride, which I love because like get in that summer weather while you can. Because let's be honest, it's not going to be here forever. And it's demanding to go swimming right now or refusing to eat. I mean, fair. When the moment hits you and you want to swim. I haven't looked to see what Bones episodes we're on, so I don't even know what we're watching tonight. I'll know when I pull it up here in a little bit. I'm sure they're good, though, because season 2 has been solid.
Honestly, Bones, I mean, there's some stuff with Bones that did not age well. I feel like that's
100%.
Because, like, I'm doing my Gilmore Girls rewatch, and I'm like, yeesh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some of this
there was definitely
like I just watched the episode where I'm sorry if you've never seen Gilmore Girls before, but this will ruin.
You can't spoil Gilmore Girls now. I feel like it's just like pop culture.
It's been out for like, well, not quite 20 years, but it's in 2027. It'll be 20 years.
It's been a while.
So I just got to the episode where Rory takes Emily around town because they go
love that one.
and she sees like the
garden shed and freaks out.
And she's like, "You just went out there and lived in the woods like a hobo." And even in the show, Lorelai's like, "Who's this hobo anymore?" And I was like, "Oh wow." No one uses that language.
That's a good episode. Like that's
such a good episode. Emily in her sneakers. I love it.
Oh, it's so good. I need to rewatch Gilmore Girls too because I miss it. Also, are we both reading the new memoir coming out by?
Yes, yes.
Like we must. Because to be honest, I love Emily in the show, but like I love Kelly Bishop because she says what she wants to say. Let's be honest.
Honestly, I feel like Emily Gilmore was Kelly Bishop's way of just being herself. I mean, I'm not saying I don't think that she's
sarcastic.
I don't think she's quite as I don't think she's as conservative as Emily is. Like, I'm pretty sure she's not. In fact,
I don't.
But as far as like saying what she feels like it needs to be said, like I just feel like so much of Gilmore Girls. I could be totally wrong, but I just feel like so much of Gilmore Girls because of the cast that they have was probably ad-libbed. Like I feel like people like forgot their lines and just inserted crap into Gilmore Girls. But I cannot wait. We can have a pajama party or something, but we must.
I'm okay with that. I think it comes out in September.
It does. I pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered it. I think in all 3 formats. I know I pre-ordered it physically and
I'm excited
on my Kindle. I'll have to double check my pre-orders for Audible because if I didn't pre-order, I'm gonna pre-order because I think she reads it.
She does read it.
I'm not even like a memoir girly. But I found out about that book and I was like, I have to have this book.
I feel like her reading it because I've also read a Lauren Graham's book where she's read it. And you don't need to speed those up too much because they got so used to talking so fast during Gilmore Girls that they talk fast.
We still talk fast. Yeah, because I've read Lauren Graham's fiction, the fiction book that she wrote. Yes. I read that book a few years ago and I listened to it. And I was like, this is wonderful. But yeah, they got so used to talking like they have, like they're Midwestern people that like, they're just like, and I'm just like, that's cool.
And Gilmore Girls was such a wordy sitcom.
They had to talk fast.
They had to talk fast to get it in 40 minutes. They had to talk so fast.
Could you imagine if they talked at like a normal speed for that show? We'd be here still.
Every episode would be a whole like movie.
It would be, you're right. Like we would honestly probably still be watching the show almost 20 years later.
Probably. Like it would just be necessary. So like they're so used to talking so fast that like they're gonna be talking at a clip in these audiobooks. Like, which I'm not mad about. Don't get
I'm
me
not
wrong.
mad about it because honestly, I speed up every audiobook I listen to.
But I won't be speeding up hers as fast as I normally speed up another audiobook. I'll be like,
it might.
what are these words?
Honestly, I don't think we'll even hit 2 times speed. I think it'll be like 1.5.
I couldn't with I'm Glad My Mom Died either, because that's another Jeanette McCurdy was talking at a clip.
I sped her up to 1.25 and
like,
I had to sit for the first 2 chapters and just sit there and listen to her to get used to it. And then I accidentally had gone. Okay, yes, go get dressed, go. I had gone to a different audiobook, which I needed to listen to at 2 times speed. And then when I switched back, I started it and it was like, and I was like, oh my God, what's going on? Like it literally scrambled my brain for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, she talks so fast. Also, yay, Jess. Yay. I don't even know what book you were reading, but I'm so excited for you. I probably do know, but my brain has filtered that information and I can't remember it. Supper is in the oven and I finished my book. Look at us finishing our books. Hello, Cool Gamer. How are you? Perfect. That'll give you time to cook dinner. We love when that all works out. I know. Isn't it great?
Yeah, I'm going to start dinner too. Oh, thank you.
So is Alicia getting dinner and getting the kiddos ready for bed. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you, Alicia. Looking at what I need to finish before the end of the month. And can I read 8 books in 9 days? Jen, I believe in you. I believe in you. I know that you're saying probably not, but I have full faith in you. We have lots of sprints coming up. You know,
we have 24 hours this weekend. Come knock them out on 24 hours this weekend. I'm posting the graphics here in a little bit.
And we also have Patreon Readathon this weekend. So we've got
the first time,
Christina, you need to message us constantly because literally
we're gonna have to make a group chat because I have to know, because I'll make a group chat on
I feel like I should rewatch it with you all.
Yeah, I'm on season. I think I'm still on season 1.
You must be season 1 if that's the episode you just watched.
Here's the thing. I was trying to wait for Ari, and she just takes too freaking long. Like, I love her, but god dang. So I told her, I was like, listen, dude, if you want to watch it, because, like, I have a certain time period where I watch Gilmore Girls every year.
I know that you do. You have it scheduled out for the fall.
Yes, I started on August 1st, and then I'm on season 1, episode 20. But I start on August 1st, and then I watch it through, and I get done right at like Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
And Ari is really dragging her feet. And so I was like, listen, dude, if you want to watch this on your own time, you can. Just go back and rewatch it later.
You just need to tell me, because I can catch up, not this weekend, but next week. Like, I can catch up to you, you know?
Okay.
Just tell me where you're at and keep me updated. Make a group chat and tell me where you're at. And I will catch up.
Okay, I'll make a group chat. Because,
yeah. Because it's not hard for me to catch up. Also, I could also just jump in, but like I'm gonna go back and watch because.
Well, and it's such an easy show to catch up on because if you've watched it before, because you can, I just turn mine on like in the background, like I have my headphones in, I just listen to it like a podcast or an audiobook.
I've seen multiple, and there's certain episodes that are like my cozy episodes that I've watched. Let's just say
1,001 times.
I have seen Rory go off to Yale 5,000 times.
Listen, me too. And here's the thing. I watched that one when I need a good cry. When I'm like, I really need to just cry right now. Like, even if it's I need to cry because it's such a happy episode. But it's also so sad because it's like the end.
It's the start of a new era of Gilmore Girls. Yes, it is. It is. Look at Jess knowing where we're on Bones for tonight. Thank you, Jess, because I had no idea. Oh, Body in the Books is good. So I'm excited that we're starting with Body in the Books. That's a good one. The fact that I know the episodes by their title says a lot of my love of Bones, though, really.
Right.
You know what? Alicia, join us. Apparently there's going to be a group chat.
Alicia, I'll add you to the group chat.
This is what happens. We plan everything on sprints, everyone. This is just what we do. This is what we do. To Neil, that is almost what we're having. I may need to add this chart. Let me stop that because we're not sprinting again on this channel, so we can just turn that off.
All right, a group chat has been created. If anyone else needs added, let me know.
Luana would also like to be in the group chat, I think. Oh, no, it was, sorry. I thought it was Solana, but it was Alicia. I was looking at the wrong person.
Alicia, you've been added to the group chat.
There we go. We love a breakfast sprint. Seems weird for them to send it on a Friday, too.
So our school
weird to like go in and do a Friday.
Yeah, our school district has to start by the 23rd. And the 23rd is Friday.
So it just happens to be Friday.
Yeah. That's just that's how they have their 180 days plus whatever, is because there's stuff that happens like before school starts. So they have to make sure that they're started by the 23rd, or they have to go into June.
Gotcha.
So in order to get them out by the end of May, by like the 25th or whatever, they have to start by the 23rd. So they really waited till like the end of time this year. Like they really were like, we'll just
wait until like the last possible minute. Yeah. Perfect. Well, I love that we have a Gilmore Girls group chat. That's fabulous. I love this. This is so fall. We're so ready for fall, everyone. It's time.
Mom.
What?
I was gonna say my favorite thing.
We'll end up being 30 because we know this is true. This is true. We have all the backstage shenanigans. It's fine. But that is the end of us. Well, the end of me, not the end of Neva. Neva's gonna be with Nicole. So you'll have
you will still get to look at me in all my bald-headed glory.
I just won't be here any longer. I have to go to my Bones watch along. But thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will be back next Tuesday for public sprints at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For those who did not see my community announcement, this will be the last Tuesday night sprints for the fall. I have a new schedule for the fall. Tuesday nights is no longer free in my schedule. And I don't even know what I'm going to do with myself. But Thursdays will still be happening. And then Tuesday will now be Friday. So they're not going away. They're just moving to a new day. But next week we will have Tuesday sprints, but it'll be the end of an era for sure on Tuesday. And then we're moving to Friday. And next week I'm doing Friday too. I'm doing Tuesday and Friday next week.
Well, if you ever want a friend on Friday,
you're always welcome.
Because your girl, she's going to be here working away.
Always welcome. You know that.
And it's so much better to work with friends. You know what I mean?
It really is. But I need to go to my watch along, and you need to head off to Nicole. So we will see you all on Tuesday. But Neva's going to see you this weekend for 24 Hours Friends. So, you're going to see us. Bye.